apologize. I don't know, my stream kicked me out. But anyways, we're still underletting, doing all that stuff. So nothing really changed there. Shooting for a gallon a minute. It's hard for me to see, but it looks pretty close. DO is nice and low. We're at, 150 particles per billion of DO, so that looks good. Looks like we're dropping. All right, so we're almost there. We're at about 8 gallons. We need about 10. DO's going lower, which it should be. There's antioxidants in the water and whatnot, so pH has dropped. If you look here, pH has lowered. We're at 5.3. So that looks good. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a look in the brewery. I mean, while I'm sitting here right outside the brewery, I might as well go just take a look, visually inspect everything as far as the underlet's going and all that stuff. So I'll be right back. All right. So that was pretty uneventful. We got doughed in. We stirred. All right. So let's see what we all did. It happened fast. So we stirred, homogenized. That looked great. Our pH, we were shooting for 5.4. Looks great. Right now our mash is recirculating. So it's coming out, it's going through the mass flow, and then back up and bypassing the HERMS back in. I'm gonna look at our sight glass. Let's see here. Sight glass doesn't have anything in it because we are not recirculating through it, so that looks good. So we're doing that until the hot liquor tank gets back up. I do have an on-demand water heater that filled this back up. It came out at 100 and, I don't know, 30 or so degrees. And so now it's just heating that up that last part of the way. And then once it gets there, then we'll kick back over and we will start HERMSing it up. So the brewery has dual mass flow sensors. Those mass flow sensors are Coriolis flow sensors that measure real-time gravity, flow, and temperature. So we will get a real-time gravity output of the mash. Right now that is 1021. We are starting to mash. As you see, the sight glass just got cloudy. pH is standing well. DO looks great at the bottom and the top. We're at 10 ppb and 5 ppb roughly. Volume looks good. Flow looks good. I do run a mash compaction script, so if there was some part of stuck mash sticking, it would show up here. Hot liquor tank, as you can see, DO rose because it was just filled with the tap. And so that looks good. Everything looks pretty good. Flow looks good. Love it, love it, love it. And now we just need to allow this sucker to mash. The way the HERMS is set up, is it has two paths. So it comes out right here, goes, like I said, through the mass flow, which actually goes like that. And I can explain that more. And then comes here and goes straight up and then goes through the coil and back up and out. That is path number 1. Path number 2 is the same path. However, right here, there's a three-way valve that will divert the flow. So this valve right here, which is actually signified right here, determines flow detection. If we are trying to ramp, which we are, because you can see our mash control is at 100%. We're at 136 degrees and we're trying to get to 145. So if we are trying to ramp temperature, then we will always go through the HERMS, which makes perfect sense, right? And so if we are at temperature, or for some reason need to cool down, or before that HERMS was heated up from that refill, you will see this valve green, this valve right here red, and this valve green, which signifies that your flow is going to take this path instead of this path here. So the script is basically set for a 1 degree Fahrenheit temperature differential, and that temperature differential is what basically drives this valve right here. whether it be open or closed. Right now we are heating and everything is looking good there. We have no mash compaction. Our flow rate is really nice. Our pH is a little high. And so you should see the sour goot, the auto acid dosing, kick in a little bit. It has already dosed a little bit of acid. And so it'll just go like that and try and get that pH where it should be. There is a light behind my sight glass here. So as we mash, just keep an eye on the sight glass. It should clean up and clear up nice and light. So just keep an eye on that. Their sour goot went on, and you can see sour goot in the sour goot control box there in the middle between the boil kettle and the mash tun. It is climbing. It thinks it needs to dose about 150 milliliters. So once it doses that 150 milliliters, then it will stop and kind of look at the situation. Alright, so it dosed 150 milliliters. pH is falling down. It will probably continue to fall a little bit into the 5.3s. And then during mashing it'll pick back up once it kind of gets everything locked in. And we're just coming up to beta right now, the first beta. I'm just going to go back there, take a look at the sight glass. As you can see, pH is starting to creep back up. So the pH probes are so sensitive that you dose and that initial acid, you know, happens, and then you start to get the homogenization and it'll creep back up. So I'll be right back. I really love the color of this. It's like a lemon yellow. It'll probably be lighter than the commercial variant, but it might be pretty close. But it's a beautiful like lemon yellow, which is really cool. I don't know if anyone wants to look in the brewery, but that's basically what the brewery looks like right now. Nothing too special. There's nothing much going on. The fermentation cellar, those last two, and here's the normal brewery. Fermentation cellar area. And the other ones are the brewery. Actually, that is not the full brewery. 1 second. Whoops. Oh, man, oh man. Alright, that's the whole brewery. That's what we're looking at. And that's and here's the brewery. Here's the interface anyways. So what do we got going on right now? Right now we are mashing. It's going through the HERMS. We have a rest temp, a target of 145 degrees. We're at roughly 144.95 to 145.97. So temperature control is going great. We have a nice flow, zero mash compaction. Here is our real-time density. pH, real-time pH, real-time DO at the bottom and at the top. And we are going through our HERMS system currently, which is this. And I'm such a good drawer. This is a sight glass. I have a camera on the sight glass with that's backlit. So my brewery logo will start to shone through right here once the mash clarity gets up to where we want to be. It should be very easily visible soon. We are doing a multiple ramp rest step mash because that's how I do my mashes. What else? I don't know. If anyone has any questions about anything, just don't hesitate to shout, and I will be happy to answer what I can. So I'm back. I wanted to give a little explanation about the HERMS and what I look for and where my temperature probes are for my HERMS, because I think that's important. So if you look, I have a temperature here on what's called mash return. And then I have a temperature probe here, what's called mash ton out. And so what that actually is mash ton return temperature probe is right here. Mash ton out's temperature probe is right here. And so I monitor temperatures at the bottom, exiting, and at the entrance. So that allows me to figure out a temperature spread. And that temperature spread I account for right here, where I do an averaging script. So I base my mash temperatures that I want to hit off of my return. And I recirculate decently fast, because if I do that, then I get really homogenized temperatures. So basically, in my system, from the entrance of the hottest liquid to the exit of the coldest liquid, my temperature differential right now is 2 degrees. So there's a 2-degree temperature differential from top to bottom. And I recirculate fast, so it basically allows for the lowest amount of temperature differential because of you're recirculating the liquid so fast. And so that negates the need to stir or do anything like that. So that's kind of why I measure and do the things I do with my system. Now we're at 145 degrees. Technically, we are still underneath the gelatinization temperature of the malt, which is going to be, I don't know, 148 to 149 degrees most likely. But we are still getting some beta action. We're really easing into the beta amylase sweet spot. And beta amylase has a half-life. That means, like, if you go in too hot, you lose a lot of beta. And so what we want to try and do is we want to keep the most beta amylase active for the longest amount of time. So we creep into that beta and we gently nudge it in. We want to get those enzymes activated, but we don't want to kill them off super fast. So when we dove in, we've picked up 10 gravity points from homogenization of dough in and ramping up to this temperature. Our first mash rest was 30 minutes, so we're about 23 minutes into this first mash rest, and we are slowly still gaining gravity points because we're really kind of coming in to where the beta is going to really love life, and that's going to be at our next rest. And so we should probably see a large gravity bump at our next rest. The other thing to note is pH. For those that weren't here when we dosed pH initially, when the system dosed pH, it guessed that it needed 150 milliliters, and it dosed 150 milliliters, and our target pH was 5.4. And so I scripted the equations that the system uses. Of course, it's not AI. It doesn't learn itself. So I put in the sour goot dosing equations based on the titrated acid of my sour goot and the malt analysis sheet and that kind of stuff. And so it can guess how much it needs based off that. It dosed that, and pH dropped because the probes are so sensitive to acid. So acid was going into the solution. It dropped it. It dosed. It dropped. And now it's almost back up to 5.8 again, or 5.4, sorry, again, and that was our target pH. So once it locks in now, it should be pretty consistent. At first, until the mash gets fully turned over and enzymes start working and all that kind of stuff, you'll see a lot of helter-skelter in the mash, especially if you use a pH probe that's in process. And so you got to be able to account for that. A lot of people have knee-jerk reactions to adjust pH up and down, and you just end up chasing ghosts. So you got to dose, you got to wait, and I think this started dosing with a couple minutes into the first rest. It dosed its 150 mils, and then it stopped, and now it probably won't have to dose again. If it does, it'll just be a small amount, and it's pretty much locked in at this point. 5.38, 5.4, 5.42. It's definitely close enough for me. Like I said, I constantly measure the temperature spread, the differential. The closer these two are together, the better the mash is going to perform, because you don't have, you know, hot and cold pockets in the mash. So it's very important to try and get these as homogenized as you could be. We are running through the Coriolis mass flow meter, which is right here, and then going through the HERMS system and back in. The Coriolis flow meter is measuring real-time density, which is 1033 right now. I also break it out into bricks and Play-Doh, because I usually read all three of those, and then I don't have to try and calculate it in my head because it's already built into the system. So we're running at 1.75 gallons a minute. We're seeing no mash compaction, and so that looks great. There is a proportional valve here, and that proportional valve is going to open or close depending on what the system wants to see here. So the other part of this equation, for people who didn't see it, again, this is a HERMS system, and this HERMS has two loops, which I call a hot loop and a cold loop. So this one's through the HERMS and out. The cold loop, I should have made that red. Let me make that red because that would be just more pretty. All right, so oh no, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. Oh yeah, this is gonna be beautiful. All right, so Wort takes this path right here. Now, from this T, you have a hot loop. You have a hot loop. And you have a cold loop. This being the cold loop. There's a three-way valve right here. In real life, it's right here. And that three-way valve dictates flow, whether it's going to go hot or cold. And that dictation is based off of here. There's a 1 degree Fahrenheit set point there. If it bypasses more than 1 degree, then it's gonna do something. It's either gonna heat it or cool it. But as long as we're within 1 degree Fahrenheit of the set point, I deemed it fine, which is more than fine. It's more than fine. The other part of the equation, though, is what I keep my hot liquor tank at. And there's a direct relation to the mash control, which is a PID, and what the maximum HERMS can go to. Right now it's running an offset of 6 degrees, we'll call it, 5 degrees, and that's really usually where it hovers. I don't allow it to get much warmer because I don't want to denature any enzymes. I don't want to treat the enzymes to much hotter temps than it needs to be. And so I'm very conscious of what that is, and that is limited. Sometimes you'll see that mash control will be at 0. Sometimes it'll go more to heat. Again, this is a PID. The amperage meter is right up here in the corner. So you'll see as this oscillates at different percentages, this is a 5500 watt element in the hot liquor tank. The hot liquor tank actually has dual 5500 watt elements, but when it comes to mash control, there's no need for that because you're constantly throttling 5500 anyways. And so you get a much better precision with that. And so you can see when the mash is shut off and how close it maintains that mash temperature. And you know, this, like I said earlier, is on the input of the mash tun side, or the output of the HERMS side. That's where this guy is right here. And that's where I take my temperatures off of, because I don't want to get much hotter than that. And so the average of those two temperatures is the 144.72, you know, and I'm shooting for 145. So I really kind of target the middle of that, and it seems to work really well. We are adding gravity points, even though we're at 143, which is below gelatinization temperature for this malt. But as I said, we're going to nice and gently step through the beta side, or the low temperature side, so we can get the most amount of beta amylase we can, because we want a super nice fermentable wort and we want a great healthy fermentation, and that's how you get it. And now we are done with the first mash rest, which was a 30-minute rest at 144. And so our pH is almost dead on the nuts, 540, which is what we shot for. The system decided it was going to dose 150. It dosed 150, and we just nailed pH. So that is fantastic. Right now we're going to be ramping. Up here is our little information panel, and that is telling us we are ramping to the next rest, which the next rest is, it's going to be a short ramp because the next rest is 147, and we'll be there quite fast. When this guy right here hits 147, this timer shall start. Our overall brew timer right here is 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's an hour and 20 minutes from when we clicked brew. And so it's really not all that much time into the brew session while we're into the mash already. For those that didn't see it in the beginning, I have DO probes in all the vessels, in the bottom, in the top. Every vessel has two different pressure sensors, one in the head pressure, one for volume digitally. We have a linear gauge for volume right here. That's the black line over here. Pressure gauge, each vessel is pretty much exactly similar in the fact that they all have pH in process, they all have DO, multiple DO in process, digital volume gauges, more of an analog volume gauge over here. They all have vacuum pumps attached. They can purge the headspace. They can purge the bottom. They can purge all the lines, whether like hot liquor tank lines, HERMS lines, all that kind of stuff. This guy right here is a pressure relief valve. And so since we're creating a positive pressure in the mash tun as heat and stuff as it goes, this will always be open during mashing. This has an overflow that any of the excess pressure, which it was purged with nitrogen, and so any of the excess nitrogen and pressure goes back into the boil kettle and purges the boil kettle, and then this goes out and then through the atmosphere. There is a sight glass. This is a real-time look into the mash. My brewery logo is right back here. It should start to become much more apparent as we're through mashing and everything gets nice and clear. Uh, so keep an eye out on that guy. Um, what else? Both of the vessels do have mass flow, Coriolis mass flow meters, so that gives me real-time gravity, flow, temperature. My mash is flowing beautifully today. I'm at a neg 6 for compaction, which means it's flowing super nice. I did open up my crush just a little bit to help with that, and that seems to be helping quite a bit. We'll see if I take a gravity hit. I'm guessing I won't. What else? What else? There's proportional valves. Everywhere you see a dial like this is a proportional valve. They're all over. And the script knows when to open or close those based on flow calculators. And so far, all I've had to do was just add grain to the hopper of the grain mill. The grain mill is on load sensors, and so I just add the grain, and then I do have an automated grain delivery system. So once it's milled, it uses air pressure and gets dumped right into the mash tun here. And so there's that. I don't know if there's any other questions that people have, just please ask and I'll do my best to answer. Otherwise, I'm just here kind of talking through it to not be as boring. I can throw up the cameras in the brewery as well. I can shut me off. And this is what it looks like in the room right now, down in the corner. We can go to a different view. I can shut this off. We can go to the room camera. And basically these are the different cameras in the brew room with different angles. So you can see it's basically just brewing itself. It does everything on its own pretty much. You can see the mill there. If you look underneath the mill cart, you can see the grain delivery system, and you can see the grain delivery tube coming up right to the top of the mash tun there and making a U-bend, and that's how the grain is delivered there. Hey Josh, yeah, they said it was within spec. But I don't believe that. So I loosened up my crush. I redid everything. I sieve tested, and I went from magically a -1 to a +2. But the +2 seems to be working quite well today. Ah, I hate when it kicks me out. All right, give me a sec. Yeah, you know, yeah. My answer is yeah, I might wait on that a little bit. You coming tonight to the beer meeting? Sweet. Nice. What are you thinking? This one here is like a Bell's Oberon type beer. Um, I got some of the, I think it's Imperial, that is the Bell's house yeast that I want to prop up and use as my new house strain. Excuse me, my new house strain. Nice, nice. I'm gonna take my first sample of my Pilsner brewed with L17. First real sample. I've had a few small samples and can definitely tell it was brewed with L17. There's no hiding that. I would I would think that, you know, if you're doing like an imperial stout type beer, that nuanced L17 flavor might be drowned out, which could be a good thing, I guess. Excuse me. I mean, honestly, to me, it smells like an off flavor. Like when I pick it up, I'm like, is that supposed to be there? But every beer I made with it has that aroma and that taste that is almost like an off flavor to me. And the warmer it is, holy balls, does that stand out. The warmer it was fermented, that is. I actually did an experiment where I warm fermented, we'll call it a Kolsch because philosophy would. And so I did my Kolsch grain bill, which is 100% Environment Cologne malt, and I fermented it with L17 at like 68 degrees, and it's actually like a decent Kolsch as far as like esters and stuff. It seems to work well with that, but I just can't get past like, well, it's so worldly different than my 2206. Yeah, so what was your impressions of it fermented at 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? 65? Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't I don't know if I like that yeast, to be honest with you. Like I want to like it because it's a strong performer and stuff, but I don't know. It's pretty funky. Yeah, I mean it ferments like an ale almost, but it's definitely not neutral, and that's kind of what I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, that's tough. I talked to Bells about their house yeast, and they said they ferment. So the temperature range on the yeast is like 64 to 72. And they were telling me that they ferment everything at the top end of the temperature. So that would be 72. That would be crazy to me too. So I'm going to shoot for 70 degrees on this one, which is way warmer than I normally do. So I'm kind of scared about that too. But that's why I'm kind of doing this Oberon first because, supposedly Oberon has no like citrus added, and it's kind of the sauce with the yeast esters. And so I'm gonna try it, see what happens. But I'm really scared of warm ferments. You know, for years and years and years, I did cold ferments on like everything. I mean, not cold, but like even my ales, low 60s and stuff like that. And now with that L17 warm, and now this Bell's yeast that they want to do warm, it's scaring me because I haven't had good results. I'll be back. Yeah, I can ferment under pressure, but I've had not good luck with it. I don't I don't like it. Is there anything anyone wants to know about or has questions about? Just let me know. I'm right here. I'm just bored and staring out the window. So it's a beautiful day here in Minnesota. What is the temperature? It was supposed to hit 70 degrees, which is like a heat wave. Yeah, it's 69 degrees. So that's like summer. If we went outside right now, I'd evaporate. Mashing is still going on. We're almost to the end of our second beta mash rest step. If you look up here, this is our little information panel. Beta. Whoa, yeah, this is our little information panel right here. Beta 2. We will be going to beta 3 shortly in about 2 minutes. And beta 3 is going to exhaust the rest of our beta enzymes and get a very nice fermentation profile. Since there is a lot of wheat in this recipe, I do suspect that we will see a lot of conversion of the wheat happen around 160 and start actually in this third beta step. Gelatinization and the kernels of the wheat are generally higher gelatinization temps. That's why most of the wheat beers still in Germany today are decocted, so you can get the full extract out of those wheat grains, and they're pretty much not decocting everything else except wheat beers. I mean, there's a handful of Munich breweries that are still decocting some beers, but even some of those Munich breweries are moving away from decoction because of thermal stress and thermal load, which ties right into Josh's question right now. But anyways, Josh, I'll get to you in one sec. The thermal load, or I'm sorry, the wheat malt does like a warmer temp. pH is looking good. Wort clarity is looking great. Flow is looking great. Gravity slightly low. But like I said, since this has a tremendous amount of wheat in the grain bill, it will probably bump up to where we should be, where we should be after the next couple steps. So, Josh has a question. What are my thoughts on heat stress, thermal load, and low oxygen? I've been direct step fire mashing, but I am losing the fresh grain flavor because of it. Interesting. I'm trying to think. Honestly, I don't think that's the reason. I think there's something else. I mean, thermal stress, heat stress, thermal load is definitely like, if you boil too hard, you're definitely going to lose a lot of that lingering fresh grain. But if you're not doing anything crazy, like how fast are you stepping through that and whatnot? I mean, the easy way to test would be just do a single infusion. Don't use the direct fire, and then test it. I'm sure you have. The other question I would ask though is, what else are you doing? You're probably stirring. Maybe you're not stirring. Maybe you're yeah. See, that's not. I mean, the target is 1 degree Celsius per minute, and so you're within that. So, are you stirring? Are you uncapping the mash? Are you doing something like that that would get air in? Because I don't see that doing it just by itself. Where I think you would notice it right away is if your color is darker than it should be. Have the it. I don't know. I think so. Obviously, heat stress and thermal load is a big deal, um, and I go to great lengths to you know um, get the lowest thermal stress I can, but I don't know. That's a good question. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that should be fine. I don't, I'm hesitant to put the blame right on the direct fire. I mean, is it possible? Certainly. Are you get, but if, but if you were heating too fast, you'd get scorching and stuff, and then you'd know, or you'd get color pickup. I mean, you could be creating melanoidins, and that could have it. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, certainly it is. I just, I don't know. That one's really tough because there's so many other process variables that it could be, it could be different. Hmm. Yeah, I'll have to think about that one. That's a that's a great question. Could it be so you're doing a much longer mash? Is your mash much longer overall? So could you be getting more exposure to oxygen just due to the length of the mash? Cheers, Colorado. How's it going? So were your single infusions just an hour? Because I mean, that is, 3 times. If your single infusions were just an hour, that's 3 times the exposure. You could also possibly, yeah, that could definitely be it too. I mean, I don't think it's directly the I don't think it's the direct heating, but I think it's a combination of some other things that, the longer extending, the longer extended mash, there's so many variables that go with that as well. Could be a combination of them all as well. I mean, there's definitely that. Sure. This batch today is going to be a no sparge. So I'm a big fan of the no sparge stuff when I can. Yeah, it's, your boil probably isn't it. No. It- I want to I want to say it's probably something to do with the extended mash. Is it the direct heat? Maybe. Maybe it's, 25% that. Maybe it's 40% extended mash, ingress or through hoses or something like that that's different. Could certainly be. I'll be right back. Yeah. I mean, at 20 ppm of salt, well, you see, so with the trifecta and 20 ppm, you're really only at um, basically half. So you're really at 10 ppm of metabisulfite. And then you have another basically 10 of ascorbic acid. What I found is ascorbic acid isn't as quick reacting as the metabisulfite, so that kind of helps you in the slower ingress things. Or, like the meta seems to be more quickly reacting and then whatnot. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, cool. The stout half barrel, just so the regular half barrel, sure. And so you're trying to figure out how to, just so I read it right, clean in place, clean in place, or to clip the lids. Hey, Italy, how are things? Getting better over there? Okay, yeah, clean in place. Sure. Yeah, I CIP all my stuff as well. If you look right here, that's the spray ball control. Um, And then if I, let's do this. All my CIP stuff is over here. Is right here. Right here is my CIP. And so basically, I have spray balls on the lids, and in the lids, you know, whatever, attached to the lids. And so then I have a big pump that I control with this, and then I wrote the script with this is all brew control. And so I wrote the script to be able to do whatever. And there's basically a three-way valve. So the nice thing is I can either CIP with the pump, or then I can actually hose down with fresh water through the spray ball as well. So it's much more efficient. So I'm a big fan of the CIP. And if you're still here when the mash is done, here, let me go back over to here. If you're still here when the mash is done, I'll show you how I do that. It's super easy. I mash in a bag. So basically, I mash in a bag, kind of like a brew in a bag, but it is much more finer. I make it myself. And then I just lift the bag. I just lift the bag out. I have a winch. Here, I'll cut you over to the room cam and we can kind of look at it. So I have a winch that comes down through the middle of my hood. You really can't see it from here, but it comes down right above the mash tun, the winch does, and then I can just hook onto the bag, lift the bag out, and then quick move the bag over to a bucket that's sitting on the ground. So that way all grain is cleaned out almost instantly. And then I just put the lid back on and start the CIP, which it'll take the tap water, which I have an on-demand heater for the brewery. You can kind of see the three gray valves on the kind of the right-hand side. Those are for the three different CIPs there, and that's a manifold that either, yep, so those three different valves right there connect to the CIP, and you can either do the hot water or the pump. And so then I'll just connect that, and then I'll do a couple hot water rinses. There's no grain in there, so it's just, you know, some residual protein and whatnot. And then I'll come back and I'll add a scoop of chemicals and then hit the CIP, and then it'll fill back up and then start running through its program. So it works really nice. You can see the yellow right in the middle. You can see the yellow handle for the winch that lifts the grain bag there. Give me a sec. So like right now, if I wanted to, with my CIP, I could, this is the hot water rinse. Like if I wanted to hot water rinse a vessel, I'd just click this and then that would spray ball clean just with hot water, with the on-demand hot water. And then the other one is for the actual CIP stuff. So big fan of CIP. As you can see, I'm a big fan of pretty much not doing anything during brew day except staring out the window. So really why I built my system, and it's kind of a moot point now, is that I could brew from work. So oh sure, yeah. So basically I constructed my system so I could be able to brew from work. So right now the system is really close to being almost fully automated. There's just the lifting of the bag, getting the bag, cleaning up, is really where my filling the grain into the hopper, you know, getting the proper recipe amount, which is my next process I'm working on. That's my next process. Right now, let's see if I can cut over there. Let's see here. Right now my mill is on load sensors, and so basically all I have to do is load the hopper, and the hopper, here, let me shut this off quick. The hopper, you know, is the scale. So so I add my different grains, and then I have a grain delivery system that during my brew day, once it gets to that part in the process and it sees that the scale is at the proper weight, then it'll auto start milling, and it uses air to push. So it's all connected. It's kind of a closed system. So it kind of looks like this. I'll sketch it really poorly. So, you know, load the grain here, and when this, you know, hits our grain weight of this, then automatically what happens is the grain is milled, and it really goes into this tube and is directly fed into the mash tun. And so the mill will turn on, grain delivery system turns on, the valve turns on, and pushes that grain right into the mash tun. So what I'm working on now is actually getting proper recipe delivery from the grain room, and so I'm testing some load cells and some air vac stuff that could potentially do that, and that would be automatic recipe loading, because I'm already loading recipes directly from Beersmith. So I'll do a XML dump into the back end of the controller, so into this side of the controller. This is all brought in via one Beersmith XML dump, and so it's an auto trigger. So basically when I save my recipe in Beersmith, you know, let's say I save my recipe in Beersmith right here, this Oberon, and the minute I save it, it injects it right into this side of the brewing controller. So it has all my minerals and additions and the time frames, my mash and the time frames, my hops, because I built an automatic hop dropper. So my hops and my time frames and all the parameters for brew day is an instant load. So once you do this instant load, it would be no sweat, because it already knows the grains and the amounts. So if I had a grain bin, say, that was on a load cell, you could, you know, name that and pull from that, and when that weight, let's say, you know, the weight of 9.5 pounds is out of that container, then you would stop and then go to the next container. Every container would have a load cell. Every container would basically have a vacuum, or, you know, a dump. And once that weight changed to that, then you know you'd be in the hopper. You'd verify that the hopper matches, and then start the milling. But then I'm left with how I'm going to clean up. So at the end of the day, I still have to do some hands-on stuff like lift that bag, but that's manageable for me. I see you asked oxygen or nitrogen. For the air vacuum, it's oxygen. It needs to be pushed at about 100 psi, and the way that the vacuum, it's a Venturi type vacuum, so it sucks in. It's not a closed loop, so it would suck in air if you used air or nitrogen, no matter what. But it gets dumped in, and then it goes into purging anyways, so all is well. And it doesn't add more oxygen than it would if you just dump the grain into the mash tun, so it's really kind of a moot point. So hopefully that answered your question. So right now in the mash, in our brew day, we're just cracked 2 hours into the brew day. We're hitting our 1, 2, 3, I think fourth out of fifth mash rest we just hit. And our timer has started. Our gravity in the mash tun right now is 1043. There's a lot of wheat. There's like 50% wheat in this grain bill, so I'm hoping we see a nice little bump here in the 160 range, because a lot of those hard starches in that wheat malt have a little bit higher gelatinization temps. So we should bump up our gravity a little bit. I think we were shooting for like a 1051 pre-boil, so we're about 5 points off roughly. Or was it a 1053? It might be a 1053. We're about 8 points off roughly right now, which normally at the 163 rest I see about 4 gravity points, and that's on a normal mash bill. So with that wheat malt, I'm thinking it should be close. If it's not, it doesn't really matter. This is a Oberon, a Bell's Oberon type beer. The recipe was put together by whatever I could find online, and for people who want to actually see that recipe, I can kick back over and talk about it. I basically came up with it with what I could find online and what I have on hand. So I only stock and use Vireman malts in my brewery. I stock all their base malts, and I stock all their, not all of them, but probably 60% of their specialty malts as well. So every recipe I make, no matter what, is going to have the Vireman malts in it. This one is pale ale malt, wheat malt, and some Munich. I think the percentages was something like 55, 40, and 4 or something like that. Something like that. If that sounds about right. Water was just pretty in the middle. I think it was like 50 particles per million. Calcium, sulfate, and chloride was at probably 70, and a little bit of salt. I like a little bit of salt. It adds a little umami character, in my opinion. Not a whole lot, but about 25 particles per million. Like I said, the mash. Let me clear that. The mash, which is right down here, was a dough in at 135. Then I ramped to 144, 147, 152, 163, 170. That multi-step mash is due to the higher gelatinization temperatures in the barley crops that are coming out of Europe from the warmer, drier growing years. So you got to kind of do a little finesse work. In a perfect world, you would do what's called the Hockert's mash, and you would dough in at a single beta temp, and then a alpha temp, and then be done. But with these crazy gelatinization temperatures, you got to kind of finagle the beta a little bit so you don't exhaust all your beta enzymes before you get full extraction. The hops, which are pretty true to what I found online, but also what I have in the brewery. So it's a first edition of Perla. I do grams. This is ounces, or I'm sorry, I do grams. So this is 1 ounce of Perla at 50 minutes, 1 ounce of Hallertau Mittelfruit at 30 minutes, and then 2 ounces of Saaz at 1 minute. They add a different hop in the middle for Oberon, but I didn't have it. And so this Hallertau Mittelfruit was a direct substitute. So I used what I had. Oh yeah, so pre-boil gravity is supposed to be 1051, post-boil 1056. I am using Bell's House yeast, and that should be pretty much all for those details. And I'll kick back over. Do I underlet the mash? Yes, I do, and I will show you how that works. All right, so liquor comes, or strike water comes out of here. This is a proportional valve. Let me get my dumbass out of the way here. So there's a proportional valve here. There's a flow meter here, and this pipe right here. So this is basically the whole interface is basically logically set up how the brewery's set up. So where there's valves. How it flows. And so this proportional valve is 0 to 100. This flow meter right here tells us it's a totalizer, so it tells us how much we've done and our current rate. If you look right down here, it shows the current rate. And so I underlet the mash at less than 1 gallon per minute. I set it at 1 gallon per minute, and it's not allowed to go above. And so it usually hovers between like 0.95, 0.98 gallons per minute. And then this valve modulates it to set that flow based off the logic of the control, the logic that I built into the controller. And so yes, it comes right out here and goes right up the bottom. So that is the underlet. Well, let's take a look at our sight glass. It should be clearing up now. You should really be able to see I have a brewery logo. My brewery logo is in the sight glass, in the back of the sight glass. And so once we start getting through alpha here, this is the alpha amylase rest, you should really start to see the clarity in the sight glass. That is the color of the beer. The color of the beer is like a bright lemony kind of color. I honestly don't know what the original is supposed to be like. I've never actually even had it. That's one thing about me. I don't drink a lot of commercial beer. Pretty much any commercial beer. What I've had, I've just tried, here and there. But I've been brewing on my own since 2000, so I brew a lot of beer and I just drink my own beer, so most of the time. So it looks like we're bumping up gravity slowly but surely. We're recircing right now at almost 2 gallons a minute. I do check for mash compaction. How do I check for mash compaction? It's based off flow rate. So 0 to 100, I calculated the flow rate out of this proportional valve with water. So everything was calculated with water. And then there is calculations based on the flow rate, based on the valve set here, the flow rate here, and the differential pressures within the mash tun, in the headspace and in the volume. And so all of those factors go into what I call the mash compaction factor. The mash compaction, 0 would be 0. The mash is flowing really good today, so it's actually a negative compaction. I did adjust some crush settings and whatnot, and it seems to be definitely working well. Another thing I test for compaction is my temperature differentials. If you weren't here when I explained it before, I have 2 mash tun temperature sensors. This one says mash return. This one says mash tun out. As you can guess, the mash tun out is right here, and mash return is right here where it returns from the HERMS system, which is right here. And I explained before, there's a 3-way valve right here, and there's 2 loops in the HERMS system. Generally people don't have 2 loops, but I am kind of crazy, so I have 2 loops. I have a loop that bypasses the HERMS, and I have a loop that goes into the HERMS, and this 3-way valve right here determines which way it's going to go based on what temperature it's seeing here. But anyways, so the temperature differentials I monitor. When I start getting mash compaction, I start to see a much larger temperature gradient from the top to the bottom. So right now I'm running a degree, 1.5 degrees basically, and then I do a mash average, which is right here. So what that means is that's the average between the top and the bottom. But I constantly monitor this, because if there's a large disparity between this and this, then that means the mash isn't flowing properly, and so then your homogenization isn't going to be working. So that's another way I monitor that mash compaction. As I said before, all the vessels have DO in the bottoms and the tops. They all have inline process pH, including the hot liquor tank. They all have digital volume. They'll have pressure. They'll have analog volume. That's these black lines here. And there's nothing in the boil kettle, so that's why it's all white. The boil kettle has its own mass flow meter as well. Yeah. Yeah, so any handheld meter like Milwaukee or X-Tech or take your pick. If it's a handheld meter, it's not going to be suitable for mash temps. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to figure out a way to pull a sample and cool that sample down and then take a reading. The problem is with the handhelds is that when you cool that sample down, sometimes you introduce oxygen. So you got to be real careful about not introducing oxygen because that's going to skew your readings. So just be conscious of that, conscious of that when you're trying to take your readings. The best way I found was to get like a small glass vial that has a screw top, and then when you get your sample, overfill that sample and cap. And so when you're capping, you're actually squeezing out that last bit of liquid and then cool it down. And that should be that'll be the closest you can get. I apologize for anyone watching now. Normally I have some music on in the background, but every time I do that, YouTube copyright claims me no matter if I use copyright royalty free music, any music, YouTube copyright claims me. So I don't have music today, so I apologize. Let's see if I can. Let's see here. Uh-oh. I didn't want to do that. I was going to throw up the sight glass, so give me a second here. I didn't want to do that. I was gonna make the sight glass bigger so it would be easier to see, but you know, on its own page. But That's basically what the, I guess I could put it over here for now. It's what our sight glass is looking like right now. Once we get to our mash out, you'll start to see that the kettle will go into kettle purging. Right now we're in our alpha rest, and once we start to get into mash out in about 8 minutes or so, then the kettle is going to start purging itself. Right now the kettle DO is this. The way it works is when I purge my mash tun, which I purge from the direct bottom right here, it then leaves out a pressure relief valve to a vacuum pump, through the vacuum pump into the bottom of the tubing, all the tubing and whatnot for the boil kettle, and then from there it goes through the PRV in the boil kettle, through the pump, and then out. And so normally, right now for us here in Minnesota, today's temperature and humidity, it's about I think it was about like 9 something DO. So what my Sanskrit has basically tried to prove is that this is lower because of the purging that we did for the mash and whatnot. And so we will purge that once we get to mash out and get it nice and low, to where then we will be underletting from here, and that underlet tube is right here and in. We will also utilize this valve and this, the thing puts it right in my way, this flow meter right here to set our 1 gallon a minute. What brand of pumps do I use? I use the stainless steel headed MK2 Wort pumps. I can't remember the wattage. I think it's like a 25 watt for mash and hot liquor tank. For mash, hot liquor tank. But I use a big dog. It's like the 65 watt MK2 for boil, because I run through parallel big stout counterflows. So actually, yeah, parallel stout counterflows. So yeah, but I use the MK2 versions. I really, really like them. The sour goot has been auto dosing. We're at about 225 mils for this brew session so far. We set our auto pH to 5.4, and it really has a window of 0.2 on either side, because it doesn't have to be exact. I mean, we're dealing in hundredths, so it can go, you know, +2, no problem. And so it always seems to do really well. Mash DO looks great. You know, we're at between 0 and 20 to 40 particles per billion, which is so minuscule. It's hard for the DO meter. There's so many reactions going on at such fast temperatures, and I mean, this is basically as good as you can get. The headspace is looking good. So the headspace is constantly measuring, you know, oxygen ingress and stuff like that. So you see a difference, because this has nothing up here to react with, no sulfites, no antioxidants. And so this is a representation of what's, you know, up here at the top of the mash. You know, let's say the top of the mash is here. This guy is right here. So this is a representation of what the top of the mash is seeing compared to what this guy right here, which is about right here in the mash, is seeing. So there is a difference, you know, of, it depends on, you know, whatever, 2 to 4, 20 to 40 particles per billion. So we're almost done, and right when we hit mash out, which is our next rest, you'll start to see a whole bunch of valves and stuff click on. The nitrogen tank's going to turn on. You're going to see a bunch of stuff happen. So keep an eye out for that, and you should see, ultimately you'll see this number go down. It's going to count purge cycles. What's a purge cycle? Well, if you weren't here when we talked about the mash tun purge cycle, basically what the purge cycle is with everything closed, there'll be a pressure up. You'll see this go up. You'll see this go up. When it gets to a certain PSI, which is 2 PSI roughly, then it's going to do what's called a blow down. And all right, so here it's happening now. So you can see the pressure up. Now what's happening is this valve is opened and this pressure is decreasing. This vac pump is on and blowing it off to the atmosphere. Once it completes a full pressure down with a slight vacuum, that would be one purge cycle. And so we keep track of our purge counts here. Just because in the logs I like to know, how many purges it took. You can see after our one purge cycle, we basically lost about at least 1 ppm of DO, and so it's really efficient the way it does that. You can see this number down because we do have the vac pump on now. So not only are we pressuring down naturally, we are also pulling a vacuum. Meanwhile, over on the mash side, we're at 100% because we are heating to 170. We're at about 1048, so we're 3 gravity points shy right now of where we want to be, and we'll see if we get to there after we climb our temps a little bit. If we don't, we don't. It's always super hard with grain bills with high amounts of yeast, oh my god, with high amounts of wheat. It's always so hard to determine where you're going to be exactly. So we've hit our first purge cycle and pressured all the way up. We're already pressuring back down. So we'll just keep an eye on that. As we hit mash out, we're about 2 hours and 45 minutes into this brew session today. So we'll probably have a 4-hour brew session all said and done, maybe 4.5 hours, which isn't too shabby considering we just did a 2-hour mash session. So but full clarity, I don't brew beer to save time. I brew beer to brew the best beer I can possibly brew. So the sight glass is exactly where you see it. It's exactly how it lays out. If you look at the room, we cut back over to the room cam. I got the door open a little bit. Once we cut to the high or the middle view, you'll be able to see exactly where it is. It's exactly where it is in the picture. Yeah, so it's on the right by where that shining light is. There's a little LED light behind it. So yep, right on the right side on the tall HLT there is exactly where the sight glass is, which is exactly where it is in the overall diagram there. You can see the little camera coming out from the side. It's that little black guy, and it's shining right through that sight glass there. So yeah, it's exactly where it is in the layout. And like I said, I created this to be as, you know, close um, to real life as possible, because it not only, I mean, it looks nice, but it helps you troubleshoot things. If they're exactly the way they are in real life, I know exactly which valve or where I'm looking and where I want to look and fix. So that's why. Looks like we're still eking up some gravity points a little bit. We might get to 1049. We'll see. Probably not going to get much more though. So a couple 2 points low probably, and that'll be fine. Thanks. Yeah, I had the luxury of building this house in a couple years ago. I built it all myself. In a prior life, I was a residential contractor, so I built this house by myself, and I incorporated the brewery into the basement. So when I finished, or when I built the house, it had the full functional brewery here. You know, sloped floor drains in both the fermentation area and the brewery, and you know, on-demand water heater, RO feeds, all that, and grain room, and it's all kind of it's all behind the brewery here, which looks like, or which is behind me here, which is what it, you know, there's a big giant window that you can see the brewery in, and I have a nice bar around it. That's where I'm sitting right now, and so it works out really well. All right, so we're almost done with mash out. Um, Once mash out's done, we're going to recover our wort. I don't like to have losses, so what's going to happen is we are going to take water from the hot liquor tank, and basically what we're going to do is use that water to push any wort that's remaining in the HERMS or anything like that. Keep an eye here on our sight glass. It'll go from this pale yellow to, excuse me, I got the hiccups. And it says wort recovery right now. This will go from yellow to clear because it'll be pushed with deaerated water, and it'll recover all our losses. Yep, so right there you can see all the wort has been pushed out with the deaerated water. And now we're back to a clear sight glass. We recovered our wort and shut off our light to our sight glass. And now we are underletting. Right here, we are underletting into the boil kettle. Meanwhile, while we're doing that, we are pressurizing the headspace. These are closed vessels. So we're pressurizing the headspace so we don't pull a vacuum in here, and so we can pump. So this is auto ran based on a script, and so you will see that kick on every once in a while. We're going to be modulating flow down here on this valve to hit what we want for our underlet. Oh, darn it. On our underlet script now, once this volume down here hits 5 gallons, then it's going to automatically turn on our elements and stuff like that and start preheating the wort, so it'll take less time to get to a boil. Hops were already loaded at the start of the brew session. Our kettle control, which is right here, will tell us our hop amount and what time it's going to go in, and then I should be able to cut over to the camera and we'll actually get to see it dump hops, and so that will be fun as well. So we just cracked 3 hours in our brew day, and we're just running off into the kettle. Right now we have about 3.5 gallons into the kettle, and we'll just wait for it to go from there. No point in looking at our sight glass anymore, so I shut that off. So as you can see, we hit 5 gallons here. The element has turned on. Our DO is dropping because we are underletting into the kettle here. We're looking for about 8.26 gallons, roughly. Our pH should start to come back up now that we're getting wort to cover the probe, and should be looking good. All right, so just like that, we hit our pre-boil gravity, our pre-boil volume, so everything stopped. So we will just continue on to the boil right now. Right now, our boil kettle element is on at 100%. It's a 3750 watt boil coil. That's going to drop to around 40% while we boil. Right now the system is still sealed and closed. There's a 3-inch triclover valve on top here that will open up when this guy gets to 200 degrees. And once that gets to 200 degrees, like I said, this will open up and we'll be ready to start our boil. So you can see that the way I do things, I really don't spend a lot of time dinking around. You know, as quick as we can get from point A to point B, that's what we do, but we don't sacrifice anything for it. So I think we were at 3 hours when we started, and now we're at 3 hours and 10 minutes, and we are nearly at 180 degrees in the kettle and getting ready to rock. All right, so I'm gonna cut over to the room camera, and you can kind of see how I will raise the bag and get ready for CIP. So I will be back when I'm done with that. Well, I used a new bag today, a smaller bag to, I don't know, I made a smaller bag because I thought it would be better. And like a quarter of the grain missed the bag because it was smaller on the auto grain input. So I had to do a little more cleaning than I normally do, but we're basically in CIP mode now. So that was kind of a fail. I got to go back to my bigger bag because obviously that didn't cut the mustard. So right now I have this beautiful water that's 170 degrees basically in the hot liquor tank. So I am filling that hot water, added some PBW, and that'll start its CIP running. We are boiling. We're already 5 minutes into the boil. Everything there went pretty swimmingly. I noticed that we are a little high in volume. We're about a gallon high, roughly. So I don't know exactly what happened there, but that definitely explains why our gravity is a little lower than it should be. It should even out though. Other than that, pretty soon we're going to be dropping hops. We can go to, I should be able to input a, let's see if I can do this. We can see the hop dropper. Otherwise, what do I do with my spent grains? I put them in a bag, I put them in a bucket, I put them in a bag, and then there's a farm a couple blocks away, and I give them to the farmer for chickens, and then I get free eggs out of it. So it's a beautiful cycle. All right, so I think I want that one. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to queue up so you can see the hops get dropped into the kettle. All right. So let's see if we can't take this guy. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see if we can get ready for the hop dropper here. All right, so we have a hop addition coming up at 50 minutes, which is going to be 1 ounce of perla, and it's going to be coming up in about a minute. So keep your eye. Keep your eye. I just gotta move this guy. So keep your eye right here. This one right here should move to the front position and drop the hops. All right, we got about 5 seconds. And if you look, and there the pellets just went through. So our next hop addition is 30 minutes. So at 30 minutes, I'll just move this guy over here for now. At 30 minutes, well, a couple minutes before 30 minutes, we will get a little notification here, the hops and the amount, and that's how that works. Also, how it works here is, I don't know if you can make note of that, but I get an email every time the hop addition is made, so I can check that out. So that's neat as well. Not much going on right now. Our next hop edition isn't for another 12 minutes. I am just prepping my fermenter, just gonna get that sanitized and get ready for the oxygenation loop. Um, and so I'm getting all those pieces and parts cleaned. And once I get done with that, then it's just waiting for the boil to end. So if anyone has any questions or anything, just holler and I'll try and answer them the best I can. I made my own, um, sort of. I got one for free from I have a friend who runs a glycol chilling business for professional breweries, and he had a unit that he took back that was kind of like a portable unit, and it needed some work. The chiller itself was good. It just needed some cleanup and touch up and some stuff worked on it. So I got that. So I run that. It's about a horsepower, 1 horsepower unit, and that maintains my 2 half-barrel conicals and my uh, stainless Brewtech unitank. It's nice. You know, that's what fuels my bioreactor. I built a bioreactor which basically is on the fermentation side, which can monitor DO and pH and gravity and all that stuff. So I used that as the basis for it, and stainless SS Brewtech was nice enough to donate that to the bioreactor. So, I mean, it's a nice little unit. I don't use it a ton, especially for ales, because it's kind of a big pain in the butt to get all cleaned out for an ale that's going to spend like 2 days in it. I don't carbonate in it. I don't spoon in it. I I only spooned in the final keg, so um, it's definitely nice to do my fermentation tests with, and when I do stuff like that, it's definitely nice. But I don't use it a terrible amount because like this is gonna go into a brew bucket. This ale it's 5 gallons. It's gonna go into a brew bucket, and it's probably will spend till Tuesday there, and then already be racked over to the Spunding keg and be fully carbonated and done in the final package by, I'm guessing, Thursday at the latest. Oh yeah, the thickness is definitely easily noticeable without measuring on the stout stuff. Yeah, the stout stuff is top of the line stuff. So yep, I use tap water. My tap water here in Minnesota, it'll probably come out of the tap around 48 degrees or so, somewhere around there. So I'll have no problem, especially on this ale, chilling down to 70 degrees basically is what we're going to knock out at because Bell's claims that they ferment really warm with this yeast, so we're going to try it out. Excuse me. So there is going to be a Hallertau Mittelfru 1 ounce edition at 30 minutes. So it's coming up in 2 minutes here. So in 2 minutes, our second black cap should spin, drop hops, and we are at about 2 minutes remaining on that. All right, sorry. I was back getting fermenters ready and stuff like that, getting stuff sanitized and ready to go. What do you use on your stout fermenter to bring temp up? I never have to bring temp up, so that's nothing that I even consider. So I don't know if you saw, let's see if I can cut over to, so we saw our hop edition go. Our next edition is going to be Werflock at, what is that? That's 5 minutes maybe? Let's see. Werflock is going to be at 5 minutes, yes. So it'll go Werflock, and then our last hop edition, and then, I'm sorry, Werflock, Brutan A, because we're going to haze this beer, and then PVPP, because even though we're hazing it, we're not hazing it with trub and break. And so you still want the fining. You still want a pristine beer. You just want the haze, and the haze is the Brutan A. So we'll have that, and then right now I'm sanitizing the oxygenation. I'm sanitizing the oxygenation here down in the left-hand corner. So it's a rig that looks like, let's see if I can show you. Let's cut over to the fermentation side. I'll go shut that door. So basically it's a manifold setup right off the so it comes out of the bottom of the out of the fermenter. It hits a DC pump, it goes into a T. Into that T is pH and DO and oxygenation, and that's how I oxygenate my beers. Right now it's being sanitized, and the control panel, that big silver box above it, kind of above it, is what controls that. And so we'll oxygenate. It knows how much oxygen is needed via the Beersmith import. So, so we got that. I'll kick back over. So you can see we have a, let me get back there here. You can see here we have scribble marks. We have a big hop cylinder here. That's 2 ounces. And so our Wort flock is right here, and then our final hop dose is right there. And so that will be decently soon. I think we said that was 5 minutes. But it will definitely come up here and tell us when that is. Where are we at in our, oops. So we're at about 4 hours and 11 minutes. I guess we'll probably be at around 5 hours for the brew day. Because we still got 10 minutes left, then we got some chilling, then we got some settling. So it'll be about 5 hours, but no big deal. I don't know that we need to see the boil kettle anymore here. So there was a late sour good addition, it said right here, where it tries to hit about 5.0 pH for knockout. That helps basically supercharge your kettle findings and allow for a great break. So that looks good. Just getting ready to dose the Wort here soon. Also at 5 minutes, we're going to go into recirc mode, where we are going to basically pull from the kettle and sanitize the chillers, and then sanitize the Coriolis, and sanitize the whole loop for chilling. So that'll also happen just about a minute here. All right, so the kettle is in its sanitized loop. It is just waiting. It dosed the Wort. It's just waiting for that last SAS addition at 1 minute, and we are severely limiting the boil recirc to about 1.5 gallons a minute. It's at 30% on the proportional valve. So once it gets to about time for us to go wide open, you'll see about 5 gallons a minute cycling through those chillers and getting her down to knockout really fast. So we'll be back in about a minute and you will be able to watch well, you'll see the final kettle edition, which is right here. Some saws. You will then see this valve right here go to wide open when this timer gets down. And so you will see here's your temperature. So right now with that recirc, we're losing some temp, no big deal. And once we go wide open, you'll see it start dropping pretty fast. Also keep your eye on right here. This is the groundwater temp once that valve will open and start the dual parallel chillers right here. So once we start chilling, you'll see this number, start climbing. What's happening is there's evaporation and boiling in the tubes of the mass flow, and so it's causing a false reading. So once we start knocking out, you will see it start climbing. So now we are chilling. You can see both chillers are, both separate water supplies are on, and you will see this number start dropping to get more like the tap temperature. And so we should see some chilling going on quite fast. So keep your eye here, here, and here. All right, so looks like the tap water settled out at about 46 degrees. Can't beat that. We are coming out of the chillers at around 80 degrees at 4.5 gallons a minute. And we are down to 149, 48, 47. Once we hit about 130 degrees, we will seal off the boil kettle and continue chilling. All right, so we're almost there. I didn't see how long that took to get there. Not too long though. The stout counterflow chillers and 45-degree tap water helps quite a bit. So once we hit 70 degrees, we're going to go into a sedimentation period of about 35 minutes so we can allow all the hot trub and cold trub to settle. I don't like to have any of that in my beer, so we'll allow for sedimentation, and we're already there, and we're gonna do a 35-minute rest. And while we're doing that 35-minute rest, I'm going to get some dinner, and I will be back, and we'll get that thing over to the fermenter and call it a day. No, I do not. I do a whirlpool and then a sedimentation period. And then my stout boil kettle is, well, all my kettles are sloped and there's a trub dam. So I'll pull off the side and get trub free wort after sedimentation here. Well, it depends on the fermenter. Um, Brew bucket, I just swirl it and dump it into 2 quart mason jars. I split it equally. um, if it's a conical or the unitank, I just rack the beer off like I normally would with the racking port, and then just sanitize my quart mason jars and fill those after it's done racking. So really easy and straightforward. Because I spooned and because I transfer trub-free yeast, there's no point in me washing yeast or doing anything. I put them into the fridge where they rest with extract remaining, so they're not starved, and I can go. I scope them all the time, but I can go months without having to even do a yeast starter because of my trub-free transfers and my extract remaining. Looks like we got about 12 minutes left, and then we'll start racking over to the fermenter. All right, it's transfer time. So I'm going to cut over to the brewery cameras and we'll see if we can pick up the transfer. Then it's going to get hooked over into the oxygenation side or the fermentation side with oxygenation. And then we'll go from there. All right, so we're running the oxygenation loop right now. There's the oxygenation needed. There's what the, let's see here. All right. Again, this is in a bad spot, but oxygenation needed. Current oxygen level right here, 4. And so we have our O2 solenoid is on and our oxygenation pump is going, and this is our flow rate. So I'll clear this, get this out of the way so you can see what's going on. So it took a while to oxygenate and get all the sulfite out, but now that the sulfite is out from the antioxidants, you can see the DO is steadily climbing fast, and we should be there in no time at all. Once it gets there, it's going over right here into FV bottom. As you can see, the name for it is already there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to start fermenting, and if you watch, I will show you how I do that. So I went ahead and cut over to my interface controller and told it that we are going to ferment in FV bottom right here, and now it is going to set the temp, which it is not 32 degrees, so I will have to check that out. But once I get that done, no problem. We have the name, we have, once the tilt comes online here, and we'll have the temperature. Pretty soon we'll be done oxygenating and we'll be good to go. All right, so tilt is online. It's oxygenated and ready to start fermenting. So thanks for stopping by and checking out the virtual brew day. Hopefully in the future I'll have some more and some better ones.